COP28 that's happening in Dubai, and in 2 years ago it was in Glasgow. We need to find ways on how can we engage at the global level, because we need to push back and ensure that the global north also reduces their emission, because as much as we can do what we can do here, is still not enough. But back to the question on energy and energy transition. So this is a very topical issue, and as Basil mentioned, there's a lot of effort in Kenya. In Kenya, we have a unique situation where more than 90% of the electricity generated from the national utilities from renewable energy sources. So we're already ahead of very, very many countries, including countries in the global north. But when we talk about energy transition, many times we talk about electricity and we forget cooking. And cooking is one of the biggest challenges when you think about transition. I was looking at the statistics for the 2019, the census. So in Mombasa, about 30% of the households cook using charcoal as a main source of fuel. About 27 or 28% cook with kerosene. So more than 50% are using fossil fuel solutions that are not sustainable. So we also have to think about cooking. The other sector that we don't talk about enough is transportation. And there's already a lot of initiatives around e-mobility and transitioning from fossil fuels to cleaner sources of transportation. You know, they went to that webinar and they were posting messages of concern about what is happening to the state of this country. So I want to leave this with the young people that, yes, you can also contribute to these international conversations, and you have a weapon. This is a weapon that you walk with in your pocket. And it's not just a weapon that you can use to influence these conversations, but it's also a weapon that you can use to educate yourself on what's happening on these global issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Barasa. Yeah, and I think that is a challenge well taken. Everybody's clapping. So I think you've really given the young people a challenge. And that is that this conversation, we might be having it here locally, but it is an international conversation. And I think Kenya as a county has done tremendously well to try and just decarbonize our grid. But there are a lot of other countries that are still facing these challenges. And that is why we're in a global community. So, so you have also a role to advocate for transitions elsewhere. If we have made steps here, then you have a role to maybe advocate elsewhere. But what is coming out so clearly, and I was discussing this with Dr. Obura earlier on, is how do we get most of these young people to be part of these high-level climate negotiations so that they also participate in the conversation. And I know there's the Afri-Climate event also coming up in Nairobi around September. So it's important that we bring the ecosystem together and see how do we get these young people to also participate in this international conversation. And I'm seeing Dr. Ngao looking at me here with a lot of interest, because he had wanted us to have this event as an international event, not maybe in Kenya, in another island, but maybe the next time we're going to move it somewhere else, so that we also just help many young people to have that international perspective of this challenge and see how we can contribute in this issue better. All said, the biggest challenge that we are facing in this climate response is inadequate resources. And I think there's been a lot of failed promises from the West and the developed world. And I think it's time for us to stop waiting. So Abel, you are with COMSA, that also helps mobilize resources to advance climate action at local level. So how do we unlock climate financing at the local level, and how do we get our people to also support some of these initiatives at the local level? We managed to do that with this event. We have managed to source for local resources to be able to have this event here. But now, just in a broader perspective, how do we then get to unlock local financing for either local or international financing for climate change?
Thanks everybody, and also happy to be back to Mombasa. The last time we were talking about solid waste. Today I think we moved to the bigger issue, which is climate action. With financing, I think it's the biggest, it's the enabler of what we are talking about here. When you listen to everybody present the mitigation, the adaptation strategies, for them to be translated into action that can be taken by any society, any community, even government, what you need is financing. And that financing, we've made tremendous steps. If you see the Kenyan journey from the first national climate change policy in 2010, we've made tremendous steps. We've increased the financing in government that is being channeled towards climate action, despite us not feeling it. You know, the challenge with the climate financing, very few people can attach what they see to climate finance. It's not always straightforward because of the nature of projects that climate change, we act to take action. That is whether it is mitigation projects or adaptation projects. Many Kenyans just think if engineer is doing a road, it's just a road. Sometimes you may find there is a bearing. People are giving projects that if Barasa was talking about renewable energy, some of this investment is financing geared towards mitigation because we are trying to transit from the fossil fuel to renewable energies that are not polluting or contributing to the greenhouse emissions. But then at the end of the day, the key question Basil is asking, how do we unlock the financing? There are mechanisms the government has put in place, the global community has also put in place mechanisms where we have international financing. We do have government accessing international financing, which in Kenya is the biggest contributor. The international financing is over 60% of the climate action that the government puts in terms of money dispersed by government. So the domestic public contribution is between 30 to 40%. That shows you we still have a long way, despite us having our ambitious NDCs, the national determined contribution. We are focused on it, we have the will, but the financing is still, the local contribution is still low. But what do we have? I think that's what we need to focus on. We have resources that are already accessible, either bilaterally, by government to lead climate action, FLOCA, the World Bank project. All the counties are running around trying to put their house in order to access the funds. The preparatory processes alone, they require enormous financing, and the counties need to be supported to do so. And what are we talking about? You are seeing we are not ready in terms of receiving the funds. We are not ready in terms of developing the enabling environment, the capacity of the county. How many people know how to apply funds from the Green Climate Fund? How many people can apply funds from Adaptation Fund? All these are the mechanisms we need to know. How does the financing for climate get channeled to a country, even to a local community? Because sometimes we are just saying there's funds. A good example is FLOCA. How many counties right now have received the disbursement for preparation to receive the project implementation money? They will tell you very few because of the preparation. There are conditions to it, and this is applicable to all financing, and that is where we need to put efforts as counties. We are not ready in terms of the preparatory part. We have to build the capacity of these young people. The team that is in this room, for me, I'm just more than assured, if the awareness, the exposure to how the financing is processed, we are going to increase the room for us to develop proposals, for us to have concepts for funding, for us to have bankable projects that can be funded. If you ask, we've done lots of work with other counties in terms of trying to find projects for financing. Sometimes you find the projects are not bankable. And this is what you see over and over again. Because of either the size of the project itself, some of this funding we are talking about, you cannot go and say you want to fund a 1 million Kenya shilling project. I think those who have experience with the climate financing, the ticket size of the project alone is a limitation. Most projects here, you say, which CBO is having a project we need to fund? They will tell you, oh, we need 3 million. There's no climate financing institution, it's not easy to get someone to give you 3 million. They want you to talk about 300 million. So all these are the challenges that are there, but there are mechanisms now, such as FLOCA, which the county can fund to the smallest projects from the community level. So to conclude, unlocking the finance for me is capacity, building accountability at the county level. Let us have accountability. Let us know that this finance has been received for the mangrove rehabilitation, and this is what has been achieved. Actually, this is where people lose trust with efforts. The young people are struggling so much to even know what has been done. The county says about 2% of their fiscal budget is on the climate fund. But do you know what the money did last year, the last financial year? That transparency needs to come in so that the people can be motivated. Sometimes we don't need to be paid, but we need to know what happened for us to come in and also give contribution. A good example you see in 2017, 2018, Makueni was having 2% of its budget, fiscal budget, committed to climate. But by 2018, they were already having 6% of their fiscal budget committed to climate action. It tells you the deliberate financing, even locally, you can still boost the funds available for climate action, not necessarily staying there and waiting for FLOCA, waiting for GCF. They will come in, but the local commitment, I think, is the very first line of defense, that we need to say ourselves we've devoted resources. And I'm happy the county of Mombasa, I'm aware they've put resources. It's only the magnitude of the climate financing, I think it was unprecedented, that we are going to have such a huge demand for climate financing by this decade. And this is going to increase. But so far, I think there's room, and there are instruments for financing, and this is accessible both national to the subnational level. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Abel. And I think what I'm getting from your presentation is that two things. We have to increase capacity at the county or local levels. So this could be NGO level, could be government level, and even our community-based organizations. And of course, also become more accountable and transparent in the use of these resources that we receive. But the bottom line is there is money for climate action, from what Abel is saying. And his organization has some money too, so maybe you could have a conversation with him later. But gentlemen, I think that was our time. I'll just give each one of you a minute because I'm informed that we're running out of time, so that we take our tea break. So just your parting shots. How do we build from that, from this, and yeah, what can each one of us do to move or to accelerate our transition to net zero? So I'll start maybe by Abel as we move this way.
Thanks. Mine, I think what is useful for the climate financing, there's so much emphasis. Murefu will tell you the mitigation financing in Kenya is so huge. That is where most of the money is going. Actually, we have so much financing in the transition to renewables, but adaptation. You heard of the story of the goats surviving the drought, but then they're wiped by the floods. It tells you adaptation is what Kenya needs to focus on most. Actually, our NDC is focused on adaptation, but our financing is focused on mitigation. So we need to see how we really propel the need for us to enhance and increase the financing on adaptation so that we can also enable the young people here supporting their communities and everybody else in adapting to the impacts of climate change.
Thank you. I will still reinforce the message of integration, but I wanted to share a special message, especially now that we are seated here as a national government and county government, and the roles that are allocated to us by the Physical and Land Use Planning Act number 13 of 2019. The thing that His Excellency the Deputy Governor mentioned about mindsets, we are able to determine, control, and improve people's mindsets through the way we develop the physical environments. If someone is coming from an organized living environment, they are likely to think more disciplined, and in a better way, and they're likely to throw their solid waste inside a dustbin, as opposed to a person who is coming from a disorganized living environment. And this is a call because the law has allocated us roles. Our counties have got a role, and I want to speak about Mombasa specifically. The county can do something. The integration is not just about the physical structures, it's also about ourselves integrating our thinking, our working, and being able to communicate to each other. Your Excellency, the Deputy Governor, today, if you got hold of your CEC lands and physical planning, and he was able to work and communicate well with the people who are approving plans and buildings, so that they work together, those people are building roads. They work together with the regulators of people who design spaces. We are able to do a lot much more in a shorter time than if these people are working in silos or everybody is doing his own.
Need to take a more central role in the entire climate agenda. Thank you.
And thank you too. I also think it is important to position the youth strategically in this dialogue of climate change. And I want to offer an opportunity on 19th to 23rd. We have the Kenya Water and Sanitation International Conference and Exhibition, the same venue. So kindly get to our website. I'll also give you this card. It has a QR code, but I'll also spell the URL. The first 10 applicants from GLYP and any other youth organization, I'll ensure you have full sponsorship for the 5 days. The first 10 applicants. The registration is 50,000 for the entire week. Mbona hata mpigi makofi? And that is guaranteed because I'm the convener. I'll ensure we get that and we see how you get opportunity, because we are talking about climate smart innovation and technologies. We are no longer talking of technologies and innovations. They have to be climate smart. I was asking a question to MDs that, God forbid, the governor has said in a few years, 2 decades, Mombasa would be underwater. So the question is, those meters, if they are underwater for 2 days, are they able to withstand the harsh conditions of water? If the water subsides, will you have the meter, or will you start running around? So these are innovations and technologies that young people can come with. There are a lot of areas around that. So please participate in the innovations, just apply, and even if the server is locked, I'm responsible for the server. I'll ensure the server is opened, not the way Azimio is crying. Mi nitafungua server. Sawa sawa vijana. Server nitafungua. Thank you.
Yes, there's an overused phrase in sustainable development conversation, which goes something like, think globally, act locally. And I just want to leave you with that thought. There are a number of conferences coming up. There's the Africa Energy Forum next month. There's the Africa Climate Week in September. There's the Africa Climate Summit in September as well, here in Kenya. There's the COP in Dubai. And I know some of these meetings are outside the country, but like I said, you are not...
Kenya Watson, one word. Kenya Watson .events. So use that URL to access the conference details. Thank you. Kenya Watson. Kenya WATSAN.
Okay, so I think we have it. So those are the kind of parting shots that we like, that we are providing opportunities immediately for people to also be part of these conversations. And I'm glad that at least we have 10 guys attending such a high-level summit that is also lined up for Mombasa. So ladies and gentlemen, I think that was our time. And this gentleman will be here to also listen to the subsequent conversations. And in case there are some questions, then they would be available to also answer those questions. Thank you very much, gentlemen, and see you again soon. That is the time.
Okay. As the gentlemen depart, maybe I'll ask all of us to stand up and stretch a little bit. I have good news for you. It is time for a health break, and it's not just stretching. There'll be some snacks. So as you exit through the doors, go up the stairs. There's an open area with some high tables, and there's also a room inside. So the snacks are on the inside, drinks are on the outside, and you can choose whether to have your snacks on the inside or on the outside, depending on what ambience you prefer. In the interest of time, we had budgeted for 30 minutes. I'm going to ask if we can try and do it to 15 minutes. It is now 12 noon. I would request that we resume back at 12:15 for some exciting conversations. Another round of applause for the panelists, very interesting. And that is an indication of how the rest of the day is going to be. So we'll see you back in 15 minutes. Thank you. Good afternoon. May I get your attention? I kindly request that we stand and please go outside the door for a quick group photo, and then we'll be right back. So out the door on the right down the steps, we'll make it quick, and then we can come back and continue with the session. Thank you.
My name is Basil Muga, a civil servant, climate champion and a youth champion, drawing attention to the overlooked potential of our young people and expanding their boundaries to drive lasting change in our society. I am the co-founder of the Governor's Young Leaders Program that supports emerging public servants to be change agents in government and beyond. At the GYLP, we believe that in order to transform the public service, it is very critical to build a diverse pool of leaders for tomorrow. And since then, 25 young leaders have successfully completed the program and are now a part of the GYLP Alumni Network, a community of change agents that continue to drive
Okay,
change
good
across
afternoon
domains,
everyone.
including
I'd like to
climate action.
invite you back
And
to
that
the
is
hall
the reason
and
why
to
we
ask
are
you to
gathered
settle
here today
into your
for
seats
the
so we can
Together
continue with
for
our
Climate
program.
Roundtable, which is an initiative
There will
of
be
the
plenty of time for
GYLP.
network discussion, and the discussion is going to be entitled Leveraging Nature's Solutions to Drive Climate Action in Islands and Coastal Communities. So the panel that is coming on stage is going to be discussing or they're going to address the urgent question of how to make grassroots initiatives towards nature's solutions the focus of climate action, and to close the gap between policy and practice. The first session we had government here talking about policy and many other things, and a very robust discussion, conferences coming up, seats offered for those who are interested. So now we're going to go into some topics that are going to be around wetlands. We're going to have a conversation or an expert on coastal and marine resources development. We're going to talk about urban flooding, and we will also talk about food systems. So a very diverse team. So I would like to welcome the panel and also the moderator. Let me, if we're all here, the first person that is going to come on stage is from the Mtopanga River Conservation, and that is Madam Hadija Buki, who's the co-founder. Please give a round of applause as she comes on stage. And then she's going to be joined on stage by Dr. Innocent Ngao, who is going to talk about coastal and marine resource development. Karibu. I'm trying to see if Engineer Keno is here. If anybody can find him in the corridor, please. Any of the GYLP students, please find Engineer Keno. Josephine, please find Engineer Keno. And then, is Dr. Sami Odhiambo here? Dr. Sami, okay. Dr. Sami Odhiambo is from the Kenya Dairy Board, and he's also a Danida Fellow. Maybe we can have you sit on this side to balance the room. And he's a food system specialist. We also are looking for the moderator. If you can find the moderator, Lillian Wambua. Oh, here you are. Madam Lillian, karibu. Let's give her a proper and encourage her as she comes to moderate this very important conversation. So like I said, we are going to be talking about the urgent question on how to make grassroots initiatives towards nature solutions the focus of climate action, and to close the gap between policy and practice. So I will ask Hadija is a co-founder, just like Peter Mchomba, but he wasn't able to come, and so Hadija is going to be speaking on his behalf, or speaking about the same things that they're passionate about, being co-founders of the Mtopanga River Conservation. So we'll get the panel started. Madam Lillian, you ready? Okay.
Karibu, Daktari. So good afternoon. I would like to take this opportunity to welcome you again to this session. And today I am very privileged to be moderating this panel discussion on how we can leverage our nature-based solutions to close the gap in climate change. So just before I reintroduce my panel, I want to welcome even our virtual audience. And in case you have any questions, we are going to have a Q&A later on. So please write it down. And if you're watching us virtually, just type it out, and then we are going to read it at the end. So my name is Lilian Wambua. I am from Nia Ventures. Nia Ventures is a business consultancy and training firm that works on building impact-based ventures here in Mombasa. For this panel, it's titled How We Can Leverage Nature-Based Solutions to close the climate change gap for coastal communities and islands. I'm going to ask them to reintroduce themselves and the organizations that they work with. I'm going to start with the ladies. So Hadija, somebody help me with the mic. Good afternoon.
Okay, good afternoon. I'm Hadija Buki. I'm the co-founder of Mtopanga River Conservation. We'll be hearing more about it in the afternoon. There's a presentation about that.
Thank you very much, Hadija.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Innocent Ngao Wanyonyi. I'm founder director for Coastal and Marine Resources Development, which is Comrade in short. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. Najua leo ni Friday, lazima msalimiane Kiislamu. I am Engineer Albert Keno, the County Chief Officer in charge of Transport and Infrastructure.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Fred Odhiambo. I work with the Kenya Dairy Board as a compliance officer, and we are here to learn from each other. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Dr. Sami. Just to begin, so that we are all on the same level when we are speaking about nature-based solutions, we would want you, I'm going to ask Dr. Ngao, what are nature-based solutions? Can you explain to us as young people, and then what are the benefits that nature-based solutions offer to the coastal communities?
Thank you, Lilian. I would want to give the definition which is used by IUCN and WWF, because these are two organizations that are leading in this sector. They have worked a lot on conservation, biodiversity issues, and nature. So we know the main actions that we take to be able to protect, sustainably manage, and restore ecosystems as nature-based solutions. So we have two areas we are looking at in that: protection, sustainable management, and restoration. First of all, we want to do that to be able to address societal challenges, but at the same time, we want to be able to protect nature. So it is a two-phase thing that we are addressing. The societal challenges that we are talking about are mainly arising from nature dynamics or climate change. We are talking about things like food security, things like hazards that are related to climate change, and things that relate to access to natural capital and ecosystem services. Now, for us to be able to understand that, we have to know exactly how does it arise that we are coming to looking at climate change related issues. Now, our panelists in the morning looked at all the aspects of climate change, starting from the impacts itself and the hazards associated, and also what can be done to redeem the effects of climate change. In Mombasa, for example, climate change is seen in terms of flooding. It's seen in terms of heavy rains. God has it in such a way that we receive our rain almost in 14 days, and then we get a dry season the whole year. So that results in a lot of rain and flooding. Then we have long and extended periods without rain, so it gets into droughts. We have extreme temperatures. So what these hazards do is that they create impacts on us and the ecosystems. So these impacts are the ones which require us to take nature-based solutions to address them. Impacts such as sea level rise that some speakers talked about in the morning session, although Mombasa is not going to sink in 20 years, so don't worry. Impacts such as heat stress. It has happened a lot in Asian countries where people just drop down and die. Impacts such as extreme drought that results in famine. And in the case of Mombasa, impacts such as destruction of road infrastructure. You heard the engineer in the morning and the governor saying that we have roads being done, but the moment it rains for 2 days, they're all washed away and there's a lot of damage. So nature-based solutions are those solutions that are being put in place to reverse the impacts of climate change hazards that I've mentioned earlier on. The difference between nature-based solutions and other solutions is that they are using softer measures that are friendly to the environment and in a way friendly to the human activities that are associated. So that's the nature-based solution in a nutshell.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ngao. Maybe you can just go a little bit further and say, how does this nature-based solution help to close the climate gap?
Thank you. So if we can take an example of flooding, one solution, an engineering solution, would be to create roads with proper mechanisms for dealing with flooding. But a nature-based solution would be to create a city that then allows water to go back into the natural cycle of the water system underground. We are living in Mombasa. Mombasa does not own any source of fresh water within. We get all our water from either Kwale, Kilifi, or Taita. So a nature-based solution would be a solution which will harness all the water that is received in Mombasa at that instant so that it is absorbed into the natural system underground, and then instead of relying on piped water, we can be able to get water from underground. A nature-based solution would be a solution, for example, another speaker talked about building codes, which would require people to tap water from the roofs. So solutions like using greening of the urban spaces are nature-based solutions. They help us to change the way the environment is. Another one is to deal with the heat stress. You get solutions like planting of trees along the areas within the city center. So instead of seeing a green city, we are finding, instead of seeing a gray city with buildings, we are finding a city which is green in most parts. So such solutions help to circulate water in the system. They absorb the excess carbon in the atmosphere, and they end up resulting in a clear, clean environment in general for everyone. So those are the advantages of using nature-based solutions.
Thank you very much. And I love the example that you gave because it has to do with how we plan our county. So I'll come to you, Dr. Engineer Keno. Does the county put into consideration these nature-based solutions when approving development projects?
Am I audible?
Yes.
The law requires that we take that into account Whether it's being practiced, that's a different thing. But the law requires. Now, what we have done as a county government of Mombasa is that we have come up with an online way where we have different actors, people with different interests. This way makes it faster. We reduce the human contact, and we speed it up, and then we are able to take into account. If, for example, I am interested in the road, I am interested in the drainage system, I would be able to look at areas which would affect the road and the drainage system from being interfered with by development. Because of the Kenyan way of life, if I may allow me to use that word, and Mombasa being a small county, by the way, it's the smallest county in Kenya, with 200 square kilometers of land, 65 of them on sea, and out of the 200 square kilometers, 62 are on fragile ecosystems. That means we cannot do any development on them. So that means we are left with 138 square kilometers to do all developments, including roads, etc. Because of that, and the pressure of the population, and then you add the Kenyan appetite for land that God had designed for other issues like a natural watercourse, which Topanga Falls, then people interfere with that course. So what do we do or what are we doing as a government? Is that we are trying, did you say, protect and reclaim. So that means where the water course, the natural water course, which we are saying a natural water course is a water course that was designed by God. And I believe God designs better than all engineers. Don't you agree with me? So kama Mungu alipanga hapa ni mto, then why are we thinking that we should change it? So we interfere with it. We get title deeds which go into the rivers, and we don't we interfere with that. What that means is that when it rains, and it rains rain that was supposed to be spread over a period of time, it rains like the rain that rains for 2 hours in Mombasa for the last few days. You'll find that it's rain that was supposed to have rained for probably 1 month, 2 months, 3 months in 2 hours. That saturates the city. What that means is that people who have interfered with the natural water course, then that water goes into where people are living and causing a lot of havoc. So, what are we doing? We have to recover. It's not my words. You said we recover, yeah? Restore. That's the right word. I like these Muzungu words. So we restore. So as we restore, we try to tell you, please allow the water to go back. And unfortunately, that might not look like it's nature-based, because it means that we have got to remove something that was not put there by nature, because nature would have put plants. But here is a human person. It was human activity brought in a building. So we are not destroying any buildings. We just allow the water to flow. So we are trying to come up with a few of those nature-based solutions, because we are allowing nature to flow as it was designed by God. So some of those are some of the things that we are doing. We are seeing areas like in Utange where people have you staying in your house, and then in the morning you find there is a lot of water in your house, and with nature creatures, which include snakes in your sitting room with your small children. And so that requires that we allow people to live comfortably. And I also heard in the morning they said that your action should not be a disturbance of the next person. Your rights should not hinder the right of the next person. So these people who have brought snakes into your house, they have interfered with your life. So those are some of the things we are talking about. It rains. Some of the activities that we do might not look like nature-based. For example, it rains and the Mombasa is saturated. So you will go in town or in areas of Mombasa, then you find there's a lot of water as it's raining. When it's raining, you might not be able to identify where the drainage is clogged. So, but if you, and all this, majority of this are staying in Mombasa, is that immediately stopped raining in most areas in less than 20 minutes, 20, 30 minutes, the water cleared. That water did not evaporate. It went through a drainage system that was overwhelmed, and but functional. So our business as a department is to ensure that even as climate change is making it, we have more water in Mombasa, and we might not be able to merge the increase of the drainage system with the change of that climate change. We allow that whatever small systems we have, they have to be functional. As the garbage is coming in, we try to remove it as much as possible. The county government of Mombasa, in around December, or engaged in a program called Mombasa Yangu, that engaged 2,000 youths that were involved in, among others, cleaning of drains. That cleaned a lot of drains that had not been cleaned for a long time, and they went a long way in managing, or even mitigating the flooding that would have happened. That is a few of the things that I can remember. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before I come back to you and ask you why we are not reinforcing these things, I would like to ask Madam Hadija and Dr. Samuel to talk about what nature-based solutions they are working on within their specific communities.
Okay, thank you. On the nature-based solutions, as engineer said, it's a softer way of dealing with the impacts of, it is mostly human activities that has brought about these impacts in the first place. So we are trying to, if we were to bioimitate before, let's say, how did a city come up to be? Before the city comes, or before the city grows, if we looked into the circularity, or maybe how a forest works, for example. A forest has its products. It uses air in the atmosphere, and then it also releases, but that does not bring about pollution. It has its own circular way that one product is used in the next cycle, so that is like a full cycle. So if you were to adopt that when we are building our cities, then this problem of looking at how we are to deal with the challenges we've come up with in the first place could be maybe a few things to be corrected. But right now we have very big issues, like the issue of the flooding in our towns or in our cities. So what we do, or what we are trying to do right now as a youth in our communities, majorly is creating awareness for everyone, especially the young people. When you're building your house, the foundation has to be very strong. For example, when you're building a story building, you have to make sure that your foundation is strong. So if we get these youngsters that are trying to start their education right now, like maybe the ones in lower primary, we get them to know about the importance of circularity, or the importance of how we deal with waste, or how we deal with our waste management practices. If they get to know that, then these things will be a norm to them. Like it will be, someone will be guilty if maybe they are throwing the trash on the road. They should be looking for a proper place to place their trash. So that would be a norm even for the youngsters. Or they be correcting also the elders, because youngsters are best in that. And on another issues on the how we are dealing with the nature-based solutions, how we impact the nature-based solution in our community. With the indigenous people, they had their own ways, even though it wasn't maybe very scientific, but they had their own ways on how they were dealing with their everyday activities and how they managed their waste. So if we are coming up with innovations, we should also acknowledge that they also have their own ways, or we should also ask them, like, how do you deal with this and deal with this, so that they can know that they have been acknowledged in the development of a city or a town. Thank you.
I love it. So they are creating awareness right from the ground, like young people, trying to get them to understand how can they still have the conversation on waste management right from the young people. Khadija, I'm just still going to come back to you. Can you just elaborate a bit further on what you're doing at the Mtopanga River Conservation?
Okay, the major activity in Mtopanga River, as the name suggests, Mtopanga River Conservation. This has been a river that many years ago was used for the water in the river was used for domestic purposes. But right now it's not safe for its uses. And when it rains, there are flooding along the river, and it goes to the community. And that poses a bigger threat on the disease, like the waterborne diseases. So what we are doing, we have recycling projects, like we collect plastic waste and then we sell to recyclers, although we have other initiatives that we would like to bring about in the recycling of the. Yeah, we've partnered with other organizations that have been our source of trainings. So we've had trainings with one organization is called Hand in Hand, that has impacted us on knowledge about waste management and turning waste into value. So we've come up with upcycled boats. We have plastic boats made of plastic bottles. So I'll encourage you to come to Jomo Kenyatta Public Beach. We have our base there, and there's the plastic boats so that you can sail into the ocean and see how it is with the plastic boats. So we have other initiatives like using objects that were regarded as waste, or that we regard as waste, but we bring them back to the environment. Like if you walk along most of our beaches, there is coconut husk, the madafu. People take the water and then there is the waste. But that is not waste to us, because that is biodegradable. But when you leave it there along the beach, it might be regarded as waste and it will bring its effects. But then we take those coconut husks and we use them as potting material. We encourage also the other people who are selling the seedlings, tree seedlings. So we use those coconut husks as potting material for the seedlings. Those are also, they provide farm support to the seedlings. We've said when it rains along the river, there's a lot of flooding. So the seedlings that we plant along it, most of it is being washed away if there is a lot of rain. So the coconut husks provide a support for such. And these coconut husks are biodegradable. They disintegrate after around a year. They start to disintegrate and also provides nutrients to the plants. So that is a win-win situation on us.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Hadija. Let's just clap for Hadija. This group is doing what you're calling restoration. I know that word has been used above and before during this seminar. So they are actually restoring this river into a river that can be used and can be useful for the community. So Dr. Sami, I'm going to come to you. You work for the Kenya Dairy Board, and there are a lot of emissions that come from that sector. So how are you using nature to combat the effect of climate change?
Thank you, Madam Lillian, for this opportunity. First, I want to begin by acknowledging my employer, that is Kenya Dairy Board, and just talk about our mandates. One of our mandates is to regulate the dairy industry. The other one is to promote the dairy industry, and the other one is to develop the dairy industry. Having said that, I know some of us probably may be thinking why the dairy industry is even here. But I like what Madam Lillian has already told us, because already she knows that the dairy industry plays a bigger part, especially when it comes to carbon emission. Because going by statistics, you realize that from the agricultural sector in itself gives or produces or emits almost around 26% of carbon emissions or carbon footprints into the environment. And of that 26%, 44% is coming from the livestock sector, where we also have the dairy industry actually coming in. So that actually tells you or gives you just the overview, telling you that it is the dairy industry actually plays a bigger role also when it comes to carbon emissions. And that is why, as the Kenya Dairy Board, we are also trying as much as we can to make sure that we promote those innovations, we promote those practices that we believe are going to help in reducing the carbon footprints within the environment. And for me, I'll try to look at it from the value chain approach, whereby at the production level, what is it that we usually do that usually contributes to the carbon emissions or leads to higher carbon emissions? At the farm level, we have farmers who are producing manure. How are they using their manure? Their manure can be used even as fertilizers. Of course, after it has been treated, you cannot just use it that way. And then the other bit is now when it comes to even the production level of the animals. Most farmers, I know most farmers usually wait for their animals probably to reach a particular age, or maybe past the age of maybe 2 years for them to try and breed them. But for us, we will advocate, because if you reduce the fast calving of that particular animal even by 2 months, you'll have reduced the carbon footprints almost by 3.1%. So that tells you that the practices that we end up doing will always end up affecting how we, affect the carbon emissions at the end of the day. The other thing that is quite important is for farmers always to make sure that they breed animals which are actually healthy, or they should make sure that the animals are healthy as much as possible. Because you'll remember that when the cow or when the animal is sick, most of the energies will be diverted towards keeping the animal healthy. And that means you're going to lose up to 30% of that animal's energy, and that translates to part of the carbon emissions that will actually be there in the environment. So it's actually very, very important when you're breeding an animal, you must make sure you prevent as much as possible any disease occurring, or ensuring the animal is actually of good health. The other one is going by how the animal usually feeds, or the cow itself, the cow usually produces the methane in two ways. It can produce it through the manure, which is around 28%. And then there is also another, that one which is actually occurring within the production, which is actually occurring within the stomach. That is close to 72% of the remaining amount of methane. That tells you that you need to now to make sure how do you then reduce these 72% of the methane that is actually within the stomach of the animal before it's actually released into the environment. So thereby we need to come up, or as dairy board we are trying to promote those the feeds which are inhibiting the methane production at that particular level. And I think so far in the market we have those products which help in that, and they can actually reduce the carbon or the methane levels to up to by up to 21%. So that tells you that it's already doing a lot of good work over there. And then maybe just to wrap it up so that I go to the next stage, probably on processing. On processing, we have, you know, when it comes, the milk has been pasteurized, it has been processed, it has to be packaged. And most of the time, the packaging materials that are being used, we find that they're not very eco-friendly. So for us, we're also promoting, or we are trying to advocate for those you know, how do we call it, environmentally friendly packaging materials that you know have low carbon emissions, so that we have a dairy industry that which does not contribute a lot to when it comes to carbon emissions. The other one is leveraging on the use of more on clean energy solutions when it comes to even what we're using for us to run our pasteurizers, for us to run our cold chain. So we end up having ways that we you know, even solarizing these equipments, so that we minimize the use of probably the electricity. And also, if you can also be having innovations that are going to use as minimum energy as possible, that is also going to be a very good factor in there. And then the other one is on transport. And I believe there are some innovations which have come up, though they have not been fully picked up, whereby we have even, you know, whereby the farmers can even be able to cool their milk on transit. We have those people who've come up with the innovations that they can now be able to cool their milk even as they move, or as they take them to the cooling plants. So that is another way of making sure that that we reduce the carbon footprint that is within the dairy industry. And then possibly the last one that I would want to talk about is when it comes to production. There was something I was forgetting, because we believe, you know, when you feed a cow and it's only giving you 1 liter of milk or 2 liters of milk, that means you're actually giving it a lot of carbon in the form of feed, and this is not going to be, you know, released as milk. So what it means is that you'll be having more and more carbon being released into the environment, and that is something that we need to actually see a way of doing away with. And for that reason, Kenya Dairy Board, we're also trying to make sure that we increase the productivity per cow, okay? So that because what it means is, as you're feeding the animal and it's giving you more milk, okay, there is what we call dilution. So that dilution usually occurs with or goes hand in hand with the amount of milk that that they produce. So if your cow is actually producing more milk, then you're also sure that it's also going to produce less and less carbon emissions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Same. It's so good to hear what is happening in the food industry. As it was mentioned earlier, that climate change is a broad, multisectorial issue. So all of us have to work together to address this challenge. So I'm going to come to you, to Dr. Ngao. What are you doing at Comrade?
Thank you, Lillian. And it's also good to appreciate the numbers that have come from the dairy industry in terms of carbon, because that's the interface at which we are working. We are looking at things from the city point of view. We have a project that is being implemented in the region, but piloted in Mombasa, called Mijibora, and effectively Comrade is a coordinator of that project, but it's implemented by our partners. So most of the participants in this room are actually implementing the Mijibora activities. The idea of that project is to move away from unsustainable practices in all our sectors in the city and adapt what we are calling smart and sustainable approaches. We would envision a Mombasa which is sensitive to reduction of carbon emissions in the environment. So as much as we have those numbers from, for example, dairy, we have identified and singled out road transport in Mombasa as the biggest contributor of carbon in the atmosphere. And we've singled out also other sectors that are contributing to carbon in the atmosphere. So what we are doing is trying to engage stakeholders in a manner that we are using data so that research can be not for criticism, but can be for helping the policy makers to make informed decisions towards sustainability. In the road sector, for example, we were able to measure the emissions from all vehicles in the city, and where we are expecting that maybe public transport vehicles were the highest emitters, it came out the other way around. So it also shows that if we take actions in the road sector, and I was listening to Engineer Howard in the morning and now Engineer Keno, and I just wanted to tell them that at the interface of Mtopanga River, just before it gets into the Indian Ocean, there's a little bridge. And if any one of you passed this place as we are coming to White Sands, you'll notice that the green is gone and it's a plain road without trees. And engineers have done that. They've cleared all the trees. So we cannot walk along the road with a shade above us. I was talking to cyclists in the morning today. They cannot cycle in Mombasa because there are no cycling lanes. So these are what we call natural methods, nature-based methods of dealing with climate change. And Comrade, through Mijibora, is trying to encourage our cities to adapt strategies that encourage such measures instead of going to the short way of handling issues. I also was listening to our presentation on Mutopanga River, and you see the issues that she's dealing with. The CBO cannot fully address those challenges. One of the challenges she mentioned is that people are encroaching on the river. You're building mansions less than 2 meters from the instead of having natural vegetation along the river. The other thing is we are actually emitting sewage, raw sewage if you go there. They cannot deal with that as a CBO. They need the county government. They cannot deal exclusively with removing all the solid waste. As much as they are taking a little bit of the solid waste, turning it into something useful. But why could they not get the solid waste before someone dumped it recklessly along the road at the bridge, and then it's washed away by the river? Then they have to come and pick dirty plastic, dirty bottles, and dirty stuff. So you see that kind of behavior, they cannot completely resolve that as a CBO. The other thing is they cannot be able to be at the river mouth, at the Indian Ocean, every day to remove the plastic day in, day out, unless someone somewhere is responsible. So what we are doing in Mijibora is to bring partners who are working along that river together, including the county government, Mtopanga CBO itself. Cordio has run a very long-term SDG lab on that river. They have immense data. WWF hand in hand, and of course Lafarge Ecosystems. They are all partners who have interest in that river. The river itself is not so long, it's only 7 kilometers, but a big chunk of it is within Bamburi Cement. So such is a very important partner. So we have brought all of them together, and they have made a technical working group with decisions on what they need to do to revert the river back into its natural form. But those actions they have indicated can only be wishful thinking if they do not have enough support to put the ideas that such groups have. And that's what we are trying to work on in Mijibora. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ngao. Engineer Kenya, I'm going to allow you to respond and also tell what else are you doing to support these grassroots initiatives to scale up.
What was your question? Sorry.
I want to allow you to respond to what Engineer Ngao just said, and also just to elaborate what else is the government doing to support these grassroots initiatives to scale up their efforts.
Yes. One, before we even answer him, I want to answer you because you had said that you needed to ask me why we are not enforcing the development control issues. As a county government, we are put in place a system where we are seeing what is happening everywhere in Mombasa at any given time. Why did it become necessary? It became necessary because you will find that a development will take place over a period of maybe 1, 2 years, 3 years, and it is not approved. And then you wonder how that can happen over a very long period of time. So we've come up with a system where we are currently flying drones every too often, so that anywhere in Mombasa where there's activity that is happening, we will be able to notice that there's a difference. This is in line or in preparation. We are putting, Mombasa is going to be the first smart city in Kenya. Take note. Yeah, take note, take serious note. We are doing GIS-based planning where we will be able to see when a development application is made. From the desk, you will be able to see through a GIS system that this is along Mtopanga River, it is encroaching. And we will be able to flag it out. So currently we are, so courtesy of that, but before we arrive there, that's why we are doing the drones, so that we are able to check it up. Because you find development has come, people have constructed heavy structures across the river. Courtesy sometimes of capacity. You find that Mombasa as it is, there will be, at any given time, you'll have your development happening upward of 3,000. And you have 6 development control officers. Try as they may, they will not be able to be at every point. 2, development control requires that you monitor every step. These people, even if there were more, they cannot be at the construction site to see that there is the correct mix of cement, there is the correct everything at any given time. So part of it, we have said, the professionals who are in charge of those development will take responsibility should there be a collapse, because they are professionals and they have professional ethics to take care of. but to ensure that we don't have that cheating of people pretending they are not seeing a development, that's why we are coming up with technology to stop.
There are low-hanging fruits, like what was mentioned in the morning, ensuring that every new building has the water catchment areas.
Yes, that is a policy that we should be able to look at, and I think the Department of Water is seriously looking at it, that we are able to harvest that water. If we harvest it, then we will have reduced quite a bit of the water that comes to flood our roads and our living areas. So that is a policy that is being worked on. Unfortunately, I don't have the details of where it has reached, but I know that there is something going on in that direction. So that will be put as part of the development control systems within Mombasa. We, as a department, have also done things that might not look nature-based, but they actually support the nature-based systems. For example, we know that 45% of the Mombasa people use walking as their main means of transport. 36% use public transport systems, matatus, etc. When you add all those tuk-tuks, taxis, and border borders, and what have you, only 3% of Mombasa people own cars or use private transport for their transport. 97% either use all those mixture, which are either walking or public. If they are not the matatus, they are because a tuk-tuk is public transport, all those kind of things. And yet, when we do our development, we are car-centric. What am I saying, or vehicle-centric? We allow a lot of space to go to the vehicles. We are putting what we call a complete street design. A complete street design is what we are putting in place to ensure that we allow all road users space to be able to use the road equitably. It is, yet when we provide a small space, we still don't allow them to use it. And then when we went to the Constitution of Kenya, we realized that for you to be president, you only need 50 plus 1. Did they say 50 plus 1?
Plus 1 votes, yes.
Yeah, and then you are given a red carpet. So we said if 97% is much more than 50 plus 1, so that's why we put the red carpet in Mombasa for the pedestrians. So we are saying that the pedestrians are the most, they are more VIP than the VVIPs that we have. That's why we put the red carpet. And for sure it worked miracles. If you go along those red paved pavements in Mombasa, rarely would you find a vehicle parked on them. They are thus achieving the purpose of, they are performing the function for which they were intended. As people walk, they sweat. When they sweat, then we believe that it's nature-based, because they sweat naturally. So that's a nature-based. Well, you don't want to cross sweat. Yeah, so I can see you want to ask another question.
No, I wanted to say thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes, so I'm going to allow you, Dr. Sami, to...
part of carbon emission to the environment. So we need to actually up our game on that. And the other way that we know youth can easily be involved is in the process of planting trees. The youths may decide to even come up with their own nursery, come up with those indigenous trees that can actually grow very well in this particular area, and make a living out of it just by doing that. But at the same time, because I'm looking at for what we've also been doing as Kenya Dairy Board, part of our CSR. I know Kenya Dairy Board has been able to plant quite hundreds of thousands of trees as we speak at the moment, so, because I think this process started back some years, around 10 years back. And we know that we usually have to go to a place, to a nursery, for us to get those number of trees. And I believe it's not only Kenya Dairy Board we are doing that. There are those other institutions who are also doing the CSR. And maybe if the youth can be well placed, they should be able to tap into that business as well. Yes.
Is your office open to young people with innovations for collaboration and probably if they want to pilot with you?
I may not say that authoritatively, but going by what we've been able to do, because even by what we we were planting some trees in Makueni the other day, last week actually, around 10,000 seedlings of trees. So, and this was an initiative that was
traditional researchers and practitioners like myself are so much confined on working in the way that we are not using a lot of innovation. There is a lot of space in the innovation space in the marine sector. We are not using technology to solve our current problems. I would even say the problem for Mtopanga, for example, there's a lot of space for using innovation to get a solution from there. So that is an opportunity that youth can come in and offer solutions, being listed here as the main concerns and approach these organizations, especially if you're offering innovation and technology. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ngao. This is the time for the youth to stand up. So I'm going to allow the youth in the room to ask questions. Only 2 questions because of time. Yes, somebody help me with the mic. There's a question here at the front. There's a question here on this row. Just state your name, where you're coming from, and then ask the question.
Okay, my name is Faith Mwende. I'm from Tamu Chicks, and we do make animal feeds and fertilizers from fish waste. My question goes to Dr. Sami regarding animal feeds, whereby you talked about methane gas being one of the problems in animal feeds and also to animals. As you're trying to make animal feeds from fertilizers, we get a lot of challenges in
Lam area, because you're still adding other challenge. There is a big challenge of drainage, then you're still bringing on Cabro. So is it a matter of the county government just constructing Cabro to get access to the money, or they do consideration to the people of the area?
Thank you for those questions. I'll allow Dr. Sami to answer the first one.
Thank you, Ms. Wende, for that question. Yes, there are challenges with feeds indeed. And I believe from what you're talking about is that for us, we may not have that mandate looking at the feeds directly. But you can be sure that I'll be able to link you up with the right people because Kenya Dairy Board only looking at the milk itself. The milk itself, maybe the process is being produced, but we are not looking directly into the feeds. Yes, but I know it's actually a new organization which is coming up, and I believe I have their contacts. I should be able to help you with that, so that moving forward, you'll be able to answer them. But of course, I could have answered, but yes, due to those, government is government sometimes, I don't want to answer something that they are going to probably remind me for. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Engineer, can I?
Yeah, thank you. We, as a government of Mombasa, have standards where we are saying any road must include drainage. There are more than, there are road agencies that are of national government agencies like the Kena, Kera, Kura. Yes. So we have had those challenges. We have raised them and we have had consultations But as part of the county government wanting to have sanity in its development and construction industry, His Excellency the Governor did engage the national government through the office of the Chief Cabinet Secretary that we need to obey the development laws, which mostly the state agencies and ministries were not doing. So we have agreed and it has been allowed. So courtesy of that, all developments will be followed. They will go through the approval systems that will allow, for purposes of planning, so that we know that there is something going on here or there is something planned by this agency in this particular case, so that we take into account all developmental needs of the entire county. So we believe that while those kind of things have been happening, we believe that with time, they will become less and less as we continue improving. But we will mitigate it. I believe so. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So to conclude this panel, I'll allow everyone just to give a parting shot or an action point to close up the session, starting with Madam Hadija. Is the mic working?
Thank you.
That actually articulates all these nature-based solutions that we are talking about for all the sectors. The policy is designed completely for a coastal city and an island. So it's not something that you're going to get anywhere else. So I think we should start from that point when we are talking about the issues that we were discussing today and finding solutions. The other thing I wanted to say is seated in this room, if we multiplied all our efforts together, we are able to achieve most of what we are planning. Just the keynote speaker today is one of the contributors to the IPCC reports for the whole world. So within here we have the knowledge that goes into making the UN Convention on Biodiversity and the UNFCCC that you always read. So if we harness these resources, we are able to move to the direction that we want to go. There are other regional processes that are very relevant for the city of Mombasa. One of them is the C40 process. I mean, that one is something that the county government could think about supporting completely. Processes like the Conference of Mayors in Sub-Saharan Africa, they help you in getting nature-based solutions through the City Lab process. And within Mombasa itself, we have designed an original process that should then be replicated in other cities in the region. We are calling it the Smart City Forum. Mombasa owns a Smart City Forum. This process puts together all the efforts of actors and makes them achieve the intended objectives. So what I'm saying is that within here, if we harness our resources together, we are able to achieve a smart, sustainable city and be an example rather than copy from others' engineer. Okay?
Yes, engineer.
He asked me, okay, then I'm answering, okay. Let me say this. From what we had in this room today, he said, let our actions be not, or let it not hurt the next person. Or let our sisters, they are our brothers, children, they are blah, blah, blah. We have children in our life who are not with you. So if we are on a place where you find that you are pushing children, and I'm using children because they are the most vulnerable of the vulnerable group, to go to the road, In Mombasa, you go along Stadium Road where we have people drinking beer. I used to drink in the stadium. I stopped when yeah, not because I stopped drinking, but when I realized that the children are they are my employers, because as my biggest stakeholder, if I found children crossing, I stop to allow them to cross. People hoot at me, they think hii mzee kichwa yake meruka, but me, when you find hata askari akipata mkubwa yake, lazima nampigia salute. So me, when I find my bosses crossing the road, say I stop, I pigia salute, they cross, so people hoot at me. But what I'm saying...
Thank you very much.
As my final remarks, I can already see some of the wonders that the youth are already doing. The Topanga. I think these are very good innovation. It's a good way to go, because I think that this is one of the questions that you're asking yourselves. The other day that you were planting trees, and you know, we had all the paper bags everywhere, you know, after kutoa kwa hiyo nini. So this tells you that some of the things, solutions, are actually already lying with us here. And I think it's high time that we also look for a way of, you know, meeting the other stakeholders, so that they can be able to buy your idea of doing things. Yes, now the last one. I would say that for us as Kenya Dairy Board, we're usually very interested in the public participation. And it is important for us, even as we're coming up with any policy, we want to make sure that our policies are actually shaped by our stakeholders, be it the farmers, be it everyone who is actually involved within that particular value chain. So we believe that moving forward, or the things that we're going to do, we need to at least try as much as we can to reach everyone that is within that particular value chain, so that maybe a particular processor doesn't feel that for whatever thing that you propose, it doesn't actually augur well, or it doesn't reflect what the industry wants. Or if the farmer says, whatever that you've actually come up with does not help us as farmers in any way. And that is why for us it's always very, very important that even before we make any policy, before we make any regulations, before we make any law, we always have to make sure that you've come to the right stakeholders.
Dr. Ngao and Dr. Odhiambo for your very interesting conversations about local initiatives that find nature-based solutions to our climate action issues. So far, I think the conversations have been getting better as they go on. And you're in store for even better this afternoon. In the interest of time, we'll change things a little bit, because there's a time limit in which lunch is served here at White Sands. And so because we don't want any of you to miss lunch, which has been paid for, we will ask that we take a break now and go to lunch and then come back and resume the sessions in the afternoon. You don't want to miss the sessions in the afternoon. We said there's a play by our young people on climate issues, and there's also a conversation around youth and around the youth climate action, and then later on in the day we will finish with some concrete resolutions from all our participants. So I encourage you to stay even after lunch. I know some of you may have other engagements, but we need all of you to be here. I also request that when we come back from lunch to come and try and fill some of the spots in the front, and also to encourage you to meet somebody or talk to somebody that you did not know before. You know, make a friend, create a network, find out the interesting things that people are doing. You know, it was very interesting to see Hadija open her bag and pull out a coconut husk and with a plant in there. So when you look at that and what other people are doing, I think it creates for great conversation. So it is now 1:56. I will request that we take 30 minutes, and that at 2:30 we'll be back here. In regards to lunch, there's a young lady called Maureen at the back, and she can wave. Maureen has your meal card. You'll need to get a meal card from her, and she will give you directions as to where we'll be serving the lunch. And so please make sure you get your meal card and then go and have lunch, and then we'll see you back here at 2:30. Thank you very much. Before you leave, I want to acknowledge the presence of our CEC, or Waziri for Education, who is also my boss, Dr. Mbwarali Kame.
And other
thank you for coming. I know you have
to
a busy schedule, but your presence here encourages us. Okay, thank you very much. We'll see you at 2:30.
discuss and exhibit and also co-create solutions to the
Nature-based solutions can help fight climate change, biodiversity loss, and poverty. We live in a world where landscapes are dominated by farming and infrastructure, with very little space left for nature. Yet nature is our life support system, and with 1 million species at risk of extinction and extreme events increasing as the planet warms, people are suffering. But we can, and we must choose a different future. Nature-based solutions involve protecting our natural ecosystems, not just our forests, but also our peatlands, our wetlands, grasslands and marine habitats, through locally led projects that support communities. They encompass restoring degraded habitats, cleaning rivers and allowing them to meander again, and bringing microbes, plants and animals back into damaged landscapes. Nature-based solutions involve sustainably managing our working lands and fisheries and replenishing soil health. For example, by growing trees among crops and planting more hedgerows. And nature-based solutions also include bringing nature into our towns and cities with connected parks, allotments, green roofs and ponds. But biodiversity must be at the foundation of all these activities, for it is only when ecosystems thrive that they can support people over the long term. And nature-based solutions can also only be sustained if they are designed and implemented by local communities, respecting indigenous knowledge, cultural traditions, and human rights. In this way, people and nature co-produce a variety of outcomes which benefit society, which in turn feed back to support biodiversity. Protecting nature can store carbon, whilst restoring it can draw greenhouse gases out of the atmosphere, and in this way, nature-based solutions can help to slow climate change this century. Restoration of habitats on slopes and encatchments can store water and stabilise soils, protecting our homes and crops by reducing the risk of floods, erosion and landslides. Healthy coastal ecosystems are also crucial for protecting communities from the impacts of storm surges, saltwater intrusion and erosion. While in our towns and cities, trees in parks and along pavements provide shelter from the sun and rain and reduce peak temperatures during heat waves, and by bringing nature into our cities, we can also improve our mental and our physical health. Nature-based agricultural practices can help to sustain or even enhance yields, securing food supplies and ensuring clean drinking water is available year-round. Furthermore, the restoration of our lands and seas can generate valuable jobs and provide diverse livelihoods, while securing supply chains. And in this way, nature-based solutions can support economic recovery all over the world. Nature has diverse cultural values, including enjoyment of natural beauty and spiritual and religious connections, all the while bringing education, recreation and health benefits. Through implementing nature-based solutions, people build stronger relationships, networks and knowledge, which gives them the capacity to adapt and to be resilient in a rapidly changing world. All of these benefits and more support human well-being and biodiversity, which are, in turn, the foundation of sustainable development.
My name is Basil Muga, a civil servant, climate champion and a youth champion, drawing attention to the overlooked potential of our young people and expanding their boundaries to drive lasting change in our society. I am the co-founder of the Governor's Young Leaders Program that supports emerging public servants to be change agents in government and beyond. At the GYLP, we believe that in order to transform the public service, it is very critical to build a diverse pool of leaders for tomorrow. And since then, 25 young leaders have successfully completed the program and are now a part of the GYLP Alumni Network, a community of change agents that continue to drive change across domains, including climate action. And that is the reason why we are gathered here today for the Together4Climate Roundtable, which is an initiative of the GYLP to bring together young people and policy makers in government and in the private sector, NGOs.
Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. May I have your attention, please? I request that we come closer to the front. Kuna mazuri hapa mbele. I request that you come closer to the front so we can start. Like I said, we have an exciting program with exciting panelists, like the lady who's standing next to me. And we also have a young, vibrant youth team that is going to entertain and educate us on matters environment. And then we also have a very interesting conversation around the youth and the environment. So I will ask that you come closer to the front so we can get started with the program. Okay. Mm. Okay, as we settle down, I would like to introduce one of our experts and champions on matters environment, the Health, Safety and Environment Manager at Maersk, East Africa, Madam Beatrice Orgut. I would like to say a few things and just share her views on the environment as we settle down to begin the afternoon session. Karibu, Madam.
Thank you so much. And good afternoon, everybody. I hope your lunch was good. Okay. So I asked to say something brief because unfortunately I'll not be able to sit in the panel. I was really looking forward to it, but due to certain circumstances, I have to. So, like the MC said, I work for Maersk, which I'm sure a lot of you know as a shipping line. I'm representing my boss here today. My boss is Carl. He's had to be away, and he sends his regards to all of you. So Maersk is a Danish company. I see there was a lot of Danish sponsors in the morning. And it started out as a shipping line, but has now evolved into what they call an integrated container logistics company. So what that means is that we are not just in shipping, but we also, we provide a total solution for logistics. So when the container arrives, we clear it for you, we put it in a depot or a warehouse, and then we deliver it to your door. But that's not why I'm here today. I'm here today to talk about climate change, sustainability, environment. And because there's a lot of youth here today, I just want to say that at the heart of environmental matters in Maersk is the youth. And the reason that the youth are important to us is because we understand that they take environmental issues seriously. So as an organization, in attracting youth to work for us, we make sure that a lot of our policies speak to what is important to you, and we know that environment is important to you. So I won't say too much. Go to the website. Maersk is a signatory to the 2040 net carbon emission goals. And because I'm in Mombasa, I'll just say that part of that, achieving that, is through replacing traditional heavy fuel oils that are used for ships with methanol, right? So green vessels, and we are really working on a plan to make sure that these green vessels call African ports, right? So not just the ports in Europe and in America, but we provide that service to our customers here. I think the other thing that is important is when our ships call the port of Mombasa, they don't discharge ballast water, right? So we have a treatment system that we have that ensures that even if the water is discharged, that ballast water will not then introduce what you call invasive species into the environment. So those are some of the things that we are doing as a company. Like I said, please visit the website. It has a lot of information. And I really see this as the beginning of continued partnerships. We have a Go Green campaign that runs from June. Some of the things we are looking at is supporting mangrove planting in Mombasa. But I've heard such good ideas in this room. I think, Basil, I'll take you up on really partnering to take those further. So thank you for your time. I'm sorry I have to leave. I've really enjoyed listening to your presentations, and I wish you well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm trying to trace our MC. Oh, okay, there he is.
I was trying to see if Basil can be an MC, but that's a story for another day. Okay, our next panel. In the interest of time, a lot of you are very well accomplished, and if I begin to read your bios, it may take a little bit of time, and I don't want to pick and choose. But what is more interesting about the panel is actually what they're going to be discussing. And we're going to be talking about transforming consumption and production systems towards equitable and sustainable futures. Kizungu mingi to mean an interactive dialogue on sustainable consumption and production. Does that sound more? Yes, an interactive dialogue about consumption and production. So the panelists coming on next will be talking about that topic. And they're very well accomplished in their various fields. And consumption plays a key role when it comes to creating a more sustainable society based on a circular economy and renewable resources, which was highlighted by our speaker this morning. And when we do a life cycle analysis, we find out that the emissions from consumption exceed more than those from production. So something needs to be done. A decision needs to be taken, and it has to be supported by industry on matters of eco-design when it comes to products and services. So I'd like to welcome on stage, beginning with Obadiah Mungai, who is the Chief Environmental Economist at NEMA. A round of applause for Obadiah Mungai. He shall be joined on stage by Mabel Rubadiri from Coco Networks. Karibu, Mabel. And they will also be joined by Felix Magaju, who comes from, he's the Director of Client Services for the Kenya Climate Innovation Center. And I think I saw their banner somewhere, and there's a lady at the back who's walking who's branded Kenya Climate Innovation Center. This conversation will be moderated by Mr. Alex Kubasu, who is the Circular Economy Initiative Lead at WWF Kenya. When I read WWF Kenya, I wasn't sure if it's, as a kid I used to watch wrestling, WWF. Then I had to look it up, and I found it was Worldwide Fund Kenya that has a panda, and it deals with many things. Its scope has expanded over the years. So Alex comes from there, and how we can balance this for the camera. But like I said, the conversation is about production and consumption and how we can find a balance. So Karibuni, and Alex, I guess you can go ahead and begin. Thank you. Let me get some help from Sarova for moving the podium, please.
So thank you very much, Maurice, and good morning, good evening, good afternoon from wherever you're tuning in from. I know we have the online audience, and good afternoon to all of you who are in the audience today. So we want to welcome you to this multi-stakeholder Together for Climate Roundtable organized by the Governor's Young Leaders Program, led by my good friend Brian Angaga, and also Danida Fellow, and Island Innovation, supported by the great number of partners, including Danida Fellowship Center, and the sponsors that have been indicated up there. So our panel discussion today will focus on transforming consumption, production systems towards equitable, sustainable futures. In short, we'll be taking a deep dive into the intersection of sustainable production and consumption, the role of consumers, that is you, and climate change mitigation in Kenya. Like our panel has been introduced, I would want to go right in and do a quick fire of an introduction. And I would request that you introduce yourself by giving us your name and the role that you undertake in your organization, and give us one circular habit you practice and really desire that everyone should adopt. So we'll start with Magaju.
Thank you. So my name is Felix Magaju, Director of Investments and Entrepreneurship at Kenya Climate Innovation Center. We are quite happy to partner with the Mombasa County and the convenience of this great gathering. I think this is the second year we are doing that. At Kenya Climate Innovation Center, we are the largest incubator and accelerator program in East Africa, working in 5 sectors. That's commercial forestry, waste management, agribusiness, renewable energy and energy efficiency, and financing the same. So we are happy to be here. Thank you. Well, I hate plastic bottles with passion. So if I drive you, you always find some 2 dustbins in my car, front and back, because I hate seeing them littered everywhere. So I would love to, I'll be happy that everybody can be able to adopt the same, whether in public vehicles or private vehicles.
Reusable water bottle. Over to you, Rubadiri.
So my name is Mabel Rubadiri. I work in public affairs and government relations at Cocoa Networks. Cocoa Networks is a clean energy, clean cooking company that manufactures and sells a cooker that runs on liquid bioethanol fuel. We're operational in about 5 cities in Kenya: Nairobi, Mombasa, Kisumu, Nakuru, and Eldoret. Actually, of the past month, we've moved to Kakamega and Naivasha, and we're doing a lot of good work in climate change.
One circular habit?
I'll say one that the company uses. We consistently monitor the environmental impact of our product across the supply chain and then iterate the product accordingly. And that's something that happens on a continuous basis throughout the year. So.
Fantastic. Over to you, Obadiah.
Good afternoon. My name is Obadiah Mungai. I work with the National Environment Management Authority as the environmental economist and also overseeing some programs, one of them being a program on circular economy supported by the Danish organization. I think if not all of us, majority know about the National Environment Management Authority, which is a government body under the Ministry of Environment and Climate Change and Forestry. We basically supervise and coordinate all matters to do with the environment in Kenya. Circular habits, one is I try as much to do segregation in my small way. And I've also given myself a challenge in regards to planting trees as we hit the 15 billion trees. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and congratulations to the panelists. So it's Friday afternoon. Would want and invite my panelists to keep the answers short and sweet and exciting so that we can end this and probably have a walk and enjoy the beach. So I'll go right to you, Felix Magaju. And just in very brief terms, could you break it down for us on what is sustainable production and consumption, and particularly what is the nexus with climate change?
So thanks. I think in very simple terms, when talk about sustainable production, I'll look at it from the farm level, I'll look at it also from a manufacturing level. So all manner of productions, you can ever think of or perhaps imagine. People need to start thinking about not only the profits they're getting today, but also what are we bequeathing to the next generation when it comes to whatever you are producing. And so the issue is, for example, just to give you an example, if somebody is producing something in the farm, and then you're using the fertilizers, for example, the organic fertilizers, 4, 5 years, 10 years, most of our farms right now, they are producing less than, their capacity. Why? Because of whatever we have been using to produce. So I look at the issue of sustainable production as, as minding about how we produce what we eat and what you use today with a mind or with a view of ensuring that we are doing it sustainably or in a very balanced approach, bearing in mind that, you know, the guys who are coming. The same case in terms of sustainable consumption. This talks about our lifestyles. How do we consume? What do we buy to consume? You know, some of us, we are talking about, you know, we are climate change guys, but, you know, bottles are the horn of the day in terms of when you look at our, whatever it is that we are buying. And sometimes, you go, for example, just the other example that somebody gave me the other day, you know, most of us, we talk about climate change issues, and the amount of waste of food that, you know, occurs in our houses is quite heavy. And so when we talk about sustainable consumption is, even buying things, you buy things that you know you can be able to consume and minimize waste, even from an household perspective. And that talks about from house, you know, from an household perspective, but also so in terms of the bigger entities, you know, organizations. So for me, it's about living a balanced lifestyle in terms of sustainable consumption, just thinking about the generations of tomorrow. Even as I consume what I'm buying today, am I thinking about the guys of tomorrow? That's the way I look at it in terms of sustainable production and consumption.
Thank you very much. And you've talked about profits and equally talked about action, because I know Greta Thunberg once said, we are just blah, blah, blah. And Mabel, you are running a very interesting business. It's at an inflection of both circular economy and renewable sources. So how can you explain to us in terms of your business model, can circular economy practices, renewable energy sources contribute to mitigating the effects of climate change, and based on your business case?
So at COCO, when we think of circular economy principles, we look at the impact on GHG emissions across the supply chain. And we focus on this in two areas, in the design phase and also in waste management. Like I mentioned earlier, we conduct a very thorough analysis of the environmental impact of our product across the supply chain, including in the design phase. We own the manufacturing facility in India, and we do take that portion very seriously. We also have very robust waste management policies. We try to reduce waste management across the supply chain, including with our partners. Some may know we have a very strategic partnership with Vivo Energy Kenya, which runs Shell-branded stations across the country. They source the ethanol for us, so we try to create policies where they can be involved as well in terms of waste reduction. And we also have partnerships with various entities that help us with waste disposal and recycling of various products. And I will say this one thing about GHG emissions in our sector. Household biomass use in Kenya contributes about 22 million tons of carbon emissions per year. That's about 30% of all GHG emissions in the country. So as a clean cooking sector, that's something that we're trying to address. So as we continue to do you know, responsible production and consumption right within the sector, there is quite a big possibility of impact in that space.
Thank you very much. And one of the key levers of just catapulting and leapfrogging Kenya to a more circular, sustainable production and consumption is the legal framework. And I know there has been a lot of momentum around getting us there. So NEMA is at the forefront of that. Could you just walk us through, in very brief terms, what are some of the key legislative elements? I know there are big ones in store, but what has that journey been like? And what are those key bottlenecks in terms of just, we know Kenya's the best, some of the best policies, but now just getting it over and getting us to implement, enforce, and do things?
Yes, we indeed have a number of policies, legislations that are helping us catapult ourselves to a more circular economy. And I could mention many, and I think Kenya is at an enviable position, both in Africa and globally, in terms of where we have reached as far as legislations and policies are. We started back in 2017 by banning the single-use plastics. I know many of you remember 2017. That was closely followed by the 2019 ban of single-use plastics in protected areas, beaches, parks, etc. We have new legislations on board. We have a policy, a sustainable waste management policy, done in March last year, followed closely by the Sustainable Waste Management Act, again last year, 2022. And now what there is now implementing these new frameworks. Actually, I would say they are now circular in nature. We are trying to move away from the linear model that has been there with the previous legislations to now a more circular model. And I know there are many draft legislations ongoing, and yes, I think there is enough. And I'm glad the position Kenya has taken over the years is helping even contribute to some of the global efforts that are taking place. For example, and in particular, the treaty that is expected soon on plastics, which we hope to realize in a matter of few months.
Yeah, and the meeting in Paris is really awaited now. Kenya is known as the Silicon Savannah, and KCIC, one of the eyes there is for innovation. Could you tell us how and the steps that you've taken maybe as an institution to foster the culture of innovation, specifically for sustainable development, but most importantly, are these solutions scalable, impactful to match the planetary crisis that we are currently facing?
Well, let me start with the second question in terms of the scalability of those innovations. Well, I would say that when you look at the landscape of innovation in Kenya, I would look at it maybe the last 10 years when perhaps Kenya, the Kenya National Innovation Agency was created. At the same time is when KCSC actually was created, by World Bank. And so I would say that the innovation ecosystem in Kenya is a little bit young. Of course, there are so many innovations which have come out. I mean, when I look at the numbers which have come out in KCSC, I mean, we are talking about over 3,000 companies that we have incubated in the last 10 years. And of course, the numbers are quite huge because of the capacity in terms of resources. In terms of scaling those innovations, one of the major challenges that we have in Kenya is that enabling environment for the innovators to be able to scale up. Because scaling up is about two things. It's about the market, it's about resources, financial. Some of them have been able to get good financing. But in terms of market, for them to be able to really be scaled very fast, market access is a major problem for innovators. And so I would say that we have tried our best to be able to really catalyze the ecosystem, build a critical mass of enterprises in that sector, and finance them and hold them. For example, when I look, for example, a number of enterprises that are here, some of them are very innovative. When you talk with them, they have very good innovations. But I think it takes a big number of years in Africa to really, get innovations to have a national appeal, so to speak. Number one, because of awareness. These are early-stage companies that require every financial, resources to be able to really create so much awareness. Number two, I'll look at the behaviors of Kenyans. Me being one of them. I think when you look at people are very skeptical about some of these innovations that are coming from young people, and so I think there needs to be a concerted effort by all the stakeholders from private sector, government sector, for them to be able to really understand we cannot continue doing things as usual. And so when some of these innovations come out, people need to really understand how they really affect us in one way or the other, especially from an environmental perspective. So I think the issue is there are some which actually have gone, they have been scaled in a number of countries, but I think the scale of that is quite slow because of the factors that I've told you. And I think, well, I will not say, I don't want to praise KCAC, but I think we have played our part. But I think much more resources, awareness creation by all the actors in that ecosystem need to put all their hands together to be able to ensure that all these innovations have really been scaled. It's not just about supporting a company to get money. It's also about market access. Whatever you are producing, is it really finding its way into the market? Is it really being accepted? And that takes time.
Thank you very much. And Cocoa Network sounds like a very innovative company, and we know that doing good for environment is actually good business. So can you talk to us about the success stories of a household, of a business that literally switched from using the normal maybe unsustainable sources of fuel to your product, and what have been the social economic impact of this switch from like a mwananchi wa kawaida perspective?
So cocoa has seen a lot of success in the sector. We launched and sold our first cooker at the end of 2019. And just last week, we surpassed 900,000 customers. We grew about 10,000 customers per week in the cities I mentioned earlier. So we've shown that a clean cooking solution can scale without the need for government subsidies. As I mentioned before, there are so many negative impacts from biomass use. About 70% of Kenyans still use biomass as their primary energy source for cooking. As far as the environmental impacts, I talked about the 30% contribution to GHG emissions across the country. Charcoal use contributes greatly to mass deforestation in the country and across Africa. There are also significant health impacts. About 60,000 Africans a year die based solely on indoor air pollution from charcoal use. In Kenya, that number is about 22,000 Kenyans who die per year because of indoor air pollution due to charcoal use and other dirty fuel use in the home. So switching to bioethanol is actually a very transformative change for many households. Bioethanol is 100% renewable. The bioethanol that we use is a byproduct of the sugar making process, so it's a renewable source of energy. It does not result in any GHG emissions, so there's no carbon emissions really, associated with cocoa fuel, and there's no indoor air pollution. The solution is modern, clean, it's safe, and it's also 40% cheaper than charcoal in the majority of areas that we operate in Kenya. Including here in Mombasa. So a typical customer would save about 50% on their household energy use or their household energy budget by switching to something like ethanol. And another side of the economic benefits to that, so of course socioeconomic benefits would be the health benefits there, the economic benefits to the household budgets, but we also have benefits adding economic benefit and resilience to SMEs. So we partner with local shops across the country. We have about 2,000 who install our fuel ATMs in their shop, and they get commission on the sale of the cooker and the fuel. And many of them have received significant economic benefit from participating in this program. So there's significant environmental, health, even gender. Looking at those 2,000 cocoa agents that we support, about 70% of them are women. A good portion of them are youth. So there are significant benefits across.
So we're in a very green room, and some young people are also here. So if somebody is interested to be one of your agents and reap these benefits, is it like, what will be the procedure in a snapshot?
So it's very possible. You just have to have an existing shop that we can vet. You have to be completely compliant in terms of licensing and permits with the county. And of course, we'll have to come to your facility to see if it's viable. And beyond that, it's just a 15,000 shilling buy-in that's non-refundable. It's just a commitment fee. You don't own any of the products. We supply all of the cookers. We will supply the fuel ATM at no cost to you. And we'll monitor and manage all the processes at no cost to you. So it's a very viable process for an entrepreneurial-minded and green-minded individual.
Amazing. And with a growth rate of 10,000 customers every week, I think it's an opportunity that anyone who is interested can tap into. Now, Badia, I want to put you on the spot. You talked about the ban in 2017 of single-use plastic bags. I come from Busia, the border county, and I still see those pieces of plastic there. And I'm sure some of you who buy vegetable and things like that, it's still there. It's a production and a consumption issue. So how have you been being at the heart of enforcing, monitoring, and getting people to consume sustainably, and those who are producing to produce sustainable products? What has been the challenge?
Yeah, that's quite putting me on the spot. The issues, the environmental issues or challenges we face actually have more or less the same causes. And as some speaker in the morning mentioned, it starts with an individual collective responsibility. It's not the county or the national government's really role to take care of your environmental issues. Now, the particular issue around, say, plastic bags, of course, the cross, the interboundary flow of the same substances, you know, having maybe non-harmonized policies or legislations to do it the same. And that leaves us with an enforcement, which, of course, really puts pressure on us in terms of capacity. How do we manage to police all the households or all the businesses? It's quite a difficult task, and I'm sure a majority of you are seeing some trending news items of some enforcements going on currently as we speak, of arrests happening. It's not a very sustainable and maybe may not achieve the results. I think for us, we are also trying to look at how do we complement the command and control measures we have, you know, the stick. And we have other measures which we are also trying to do with, for example, putting a new way of managing these plastics. We realize, you know, there was a talk earlier that we might end up banning even plastic bottles. And I think that route might not have been the best, but we have other systems where we can have the same managed sustainably and put that responsibility to someone else to make sure that is done. Issues of compliance assistance, we are working with some industries to ensure that they comply, you know, trying to understand what are the challenges they are facing, how do we assist them to comply, issues of raising awareness, and even trying to create awareness on these alternatives. So it's a myriad of measures to complement the enforcement.
Thank you very much. Felix, the tragedy of the commons is one of the biggest cancers in sustainability, where because it belongs to all of us, then nobody is taking responsibility. But we have the solutions, we have the products, we have everything going on. You can walk to work instead of, I see the bike guys, they say, if it is a distance of less than 5 kilometers, bike is best. Like, the solutions are there. But we are not at a scale where we are adopting these solutions to ensure that our emissions, our footprint is reduced. What, in your opinion, would be that innovative movement-like engagement that would need to drive a lot of Kenyans to actually adopt these sustainable practices, buy sustainable products, and actually act according to the red flags we are seeing in terms of our climate change and all the red flags going out?
I've just remembered, Alex, that you know, Coco Networks was one of our companies that we financed a couple of years ago when Greg was new in the country in terms of, you know, coming up with that idea. And so there's no better evidence than sitting next to a company that, you know, once upon a time was an idea, and they knocked at the doors of KCAC, and today they are talking about getting 10,000 customers every week. Now, back to your question. Sometimes I always say it's going to be very factual. I mean, if I go to Kirifi, I've gone to some villages in Kirifi, and you tell them to buy a jiko, and these guys are really fighting on how to be able to get a meal per day, you know, or perhaps some of these innovations we're talking about. I mean, even yourself, you not have the energy to be able to speak out that language of substitute to whatever you are doing, you know, with a jiko. And so I think it's also going to, for guys doing programs, development programs, to be very factual and really understand. You can't tell an angry woman, you know, to spare some 2,000 or 1,000 Kenya shillings to buy a jiko or to buy a soda, whereas she has 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 children to be able to really buy some food for. And so some of these realities, I don't think they are with our development partners, and also even some, you know, some people really just talk for the sake of talking. I think for me there are a couple of things. Number one is pricing, And so the private guys who are developing these innovations, they need to come up with very innovative financing models that can be able to speak into the needs of the people who require these kind of technologies. That's number one. Second is about the issue of government. And when I talk about government, I'm not talking about money. Government has a very huge machinery to be able to reach even to the undeserved in the village. And so for me, even, for example, a company like Coco Networks, there are some villages that can't be able to reach. But look at the kind of technologies they have been able to come up with. Very innovative, that can be able to be adopted, and also help us to be able to really bring down on the kind, the greenhouse gases. And so government, through policy, government, through its machinery on the ground, can be able to help, drive this agenda. The other thing is about awareness. There are some places that you go today, Alex, and you get a surprise when people talk about, renewable energy technologies, which are so basic to everybody. You may think they are basic to everybody because perhaps you have been grown up in town and you understand some of these things. And so for me, it's an issue of also looking at where are these people that you are targeting, and how can we be able to reach out to them via awareness campaigns. And sometimes I always say, apart from the rural-based populations, let's also look at technologies at the institutional level. Why are people not changing? Because, for example, people are being told that, I've had a case, and just to give you an example, that I met a company in Nairobi that is paying 10 million Kenya shillings to Kenya Power every month. It's a manufacturing concern. And for them, somebody comes with a solar, proposed to be able to install solar panels all over the roof. Of course, the initial capex was quite huge. And this guy is, at the back of his mind, he is looking at the capex number, the numbers of 50 million, so to speak, in the initial capex, which is heavy. But when you look at year 3, this guy is able, year 3, year 4, thereabout, he's able to recoup his money. So I think also building cases, building evidence, and presenting that to guys who have even the means to be able to do it, but presenting numbers to convince them is also an easier way to be able to drive adoption. So I think there are a number of approaches, both from looking at the rural people who are in the rural areas, but also looking at the people who really have the means, but they don't have the evidence in terms of numbers to be able to drive them in terms of decision making.
Very well, and this question was actually meant for Coco Networks, but before you come in, I know there are very promising SMEs here. I see Baustaka, I see my friend who does PET to make 3D printing. There's Kuza freezers and a lot of SMEs here. They are listening to your numbers, Mabel, 10,000 every week, and they're like, can I grow my customer base that fast? So what is this language that you're using, and how are you selling it? I hope it's not a trade secret, but what are the conversations that you're having with these customers to easily flip and come running to your doors that the SMEs here can pick and learn from?
So when you look at a solution like ours, we've been able to outcompete dirty fuels in 2 areas that matter to consumers the most, which is affordability and accessibility. When we look at our consumers, it's not that they're not aware of the environmental or safety or health impacts of using these dirty fuels. They're very much aware. They just don't have an affordable option or alternative. In the clean cooking space, there are modern solutions like LPG, like electricity, e-cooking, which many of us use. However, it's very expensive or inaccessible in many peri-urban or rural communities here in Kenya, even in some urban areas here in Kenya. So we tackle affordability by offering small bundle sizes that kind of match the informal incomes of the majority of our customers. Customers can purchase fuel for as little as 25 shillings that will allow a family to cook for at least 1 day. And then they can refill a reusable canister, which is about 2.3 liters, for about 179 shillings. A family of 4, we see through our research, can cook for about 1 week. So it's a very affordable option. We've price tested the market. The market is very price sensitive, so we've been able to find a sweet spot that will enable growth. There are several things that would be very helpful to Coco from the government side in terms of fiscal incentives that will allow us to drop the price, and that's something that we're consistently in conversation with the government about. But dealing with affordability and accessibility through our over 2,000 access points to purchase the fuel, and consistently ensuring.
Thank you very much. And for all the sustainable businesses in the room, I know at some point you have encountered NEMA, either on a friendly basis or on not so friendly basis. And I know NEMA is enacting these policies, these laws, to try and transition to a clean, sustainable ecosystem. So, Obadiah, these policies are they bottom up? And secondly, what are those other beautiful, amazing things that you're doing to enhance, to support business growth, to actually grow towards sustainability, and for them not to just see NEMA and to scamper for safety?
Yes, the new approach the government is taking, not just NEMA, but the government, I would say it's bottom up. And as you may know, one of the 3 core priority areas for government is on circular economy. The other being climate change and adaptation, the other one being ecosystem restoration, the whole issue around 15 billion trees by 2032. So the circular economy approach is a key priority actually for my ministry, and those are the 3 pillars my CS keeps emphasizing. Now, yes, so the first question, yes, I can say it's bottom up. The model that we are pushing is led by the communities or household, or what I would call the micro and the meso level. And the whole, I mean, and the app being more of aggregation at the, and sorting, say for example, material recovery facilities, composting landfills, as the Deputy Governor for Mombasa was saying. So the second question was around what if you could come again, please.
We know the business here nodded when they said not so friendly, but what are those other friendly, beautiful conversations you're having with businesses to support them to transition and be more sustainable? The untold stories.
I would say 2 points. One is the conversation now happening is to have the businesses take responsibility post-consumer, post-consumption of a product or a material, where we have a good today becomes a resource tomorrow, and the producer is involved in reuse or regeneration of that product. So we are trying to move to for the businesses or the private sector to accept that indeed they have a responsibility post-production stage. Now, the other whole element is around creating value for these products, or what I would call the waste, what now we perceive as waste. And as my fellow panelist has mentioned around fiscal incentives, there's now a huge emphasis on trying to disincentivize or incentivize clean versus dirty consumption.
The home stretch, our panelists, prepare any questions that you might have to any of them. And Felix, at the heart of sustainable production and consumption is design. If you look at the bottle right in front of you, it underwent a lot of iteration. I know some of you have struggled to open it. Some have actually been injured. They have been cut by that aluminum and things like that. I know I have a story about it. So how important is eco-design and the principles around it in product and service offerings to just get us the other end? Because if we get it wrong at the design, then we can't fix it.
So when we talk about that, I think it's in Africa, there are very few countries that really carry out intensive research in terms of what is required by the end consumer, even 20 years time to come. A number of manufacturing concerns, I would call them in Africa, they are replicative. You know, they have seen something somewhere, so they just want to come back to Kenya. You have traveled to Netherlands, you have seen something, you want to come and replicate it, and you have not understood a couple of things moving. And I think a number of businesses in Kenya, that's what we do. So I think for me, it will take some time before people start really appreciating why are we going this route of eco-design. And number two, also even in terms of our education system then, we need to start thinking about it right now. Instead of looking at how do we produce guys for the job market, then how do we produce engineers, product development engineers, who have an environmentally, orientation into that process. So I look at those three things, Alex, in terms of skill set that we're developing at the universities, polytechnics, who can be able to feed into the design process. And then more importantly, of course, is switching cost. And that also talks about awareness. And that should be able to take time because people may not be able to have so much amount of money to switch like yesterday and adopt those kind of eco-design things that you're talking about. And I've told you that problem that we have in the country is about the policy, not your policy, it's about the enforcement. Which and I'm not, getting into the meaning of NEMA. For example, what you talked about, the introduction of the paper bags. Even in Nairobi today, let's be frank, we still have people who are using paper bags in Nairobi, and many of them. So the issue is enforcement, and that enforcement should come along with awareness creation, so that people can be able to understand why are you doing what you're doing, and then it's not just about telling people stop it and giving people fines, but also giving them some kind of education and to enforce behavioral change. I think that's the way to look at it, Alex.
Thank you very much. Last week, I was speaking at an event organized by Team Baba and Baustaka, and I was speaking to youth about a topic around green jobs. And this morning, I was reading about the fact that in a few years, we would have a shortage of skill sets in terms of sustainable jobs. So it's one of the highly and quickly growing areas for work, but we are not embracing it already. So your point is very valid, and I think we need to embrace the fact that we need to start training eco-designers, eco-hoteliers, eco-engineers, everything eco, so that now we are actually responding to that. But, Coco, my last question from me is that I believe your product underwent several iterations, and you talked about the price points, the eco-design, and tell us about the critical importance of eco-designing products. And can we as a people aspire for all sectors to design out waste? And how did you make your low emission product more affordable and accessible to consumers? Because that is the crux of the matter.
So I mentioned that we sold our first cooker at the end of 2019, but we actually started the company in 2015 and took about 4 years to do research and development on the cooker and the ATM, and did quite a bit of piloting here in Kenya before the launch of the product. So the cooker and the ATM and the reusable canister that you see today are many iterations from the very first one, and we're consistently iterating the product even now, not only as a general service, but also for specific markets. Felix was talking about the fact that we haven't fully engaged in the rural market, so we're looking at how to iterate not only our hardware but our software to better serve rural communities here in Kenya. In our manufacturing and design, we try to use sustainable technologies and processes and eco-friendly materials. I mean, there was a decision made early on that we would use metals instead of plastics in the manufacturing of the cooker. And we base these changes now on consistent engagement with the consumer, and also our consistent sort of monitoring of the emissions across the supply chain when it comes to our products. When you talk about pricing, the rollout of our networks is supported and heavily accelerated by the sale of carbon credits. So the revenues from carbon credits allow us to reduce the prices and create a level of adoption for very low income households.
Thank you very much, Mabel. Can I speak to your hearts a bit, especially the entrepreneurs? I have tried entrepreneurship. I know some of you are seated and wondering, maybe Cocoa Network said a lot of money, how can you iterate for 4 years before you ship to market? How many of us have shipped products to market in 6 months, 7 months, and we are still trying to figure out where our market niche is? So it took them 4 years under whatever circumstances that they underwent. So I think it's a call to every entrepreneur out there that it takes some grit and some time and some thought, regardless of where probably they got the resources from and the time, and you can call it luxury. So we should not be in a hurry to ship products to market, but understanding, design thinking, and all that is critical, and I think you wouldn't have put it in a much better way. I know the circumstances for the 4 years might be very different for the circumstances of an entrepreneur out there who's thinking, I have an idea, I want to get it to the market tomorrow. And then now you are in the market for 2, 3, 4 years, but you're selling to very few people, or nobody actually comes to your doorstep to ask what you're selling. So I think I spoke to somebody's heart. Amen? Obadiah, lastly, in your experience, how aware are Kenyan consumers to the benefits of low emission, closed loop economy kind of products? And how hungry are they towards clean, safe environment? And add an icing there. Do they understand their role in it? Or is it still, it's not me, it's government? How aware are Kenyans, and how hungry are they for these solutions from where you sit as you wind up?
I would say there is mixed results on that from where I sit, and I've not come across research speaking to that specifically for Kenya, but I would say at a micro level, at a household level, at individual level, we have a long way to go. I think for the private sector, the enterprise level, other factors like competitiveness are pushing them into more realization of the need to be more circular. I mean, the issues of getting their costs down, given the energy and other costs going up, and of course also to do with the compliance. Times are gone when a brand proposition, a green brand proposition would not sell. I think when I was coming here, I took note of a magazine that had products for sale, and in every description of the product, you could see an attempt to include a phrase on how much recyclable content there is. But I think we have a long way to go at individual level. I mean, I know majority or almost all of us have come across individuals maybe driving on the road, and you find someone just throwing a bottle. I don't know, I mean, I would believe a number of us who have come across such. So I don't know how to cure that, how you can cure an individual responsibility besides, enforcement and enforcement. I know there's issues of constraints. So I think all is not lost. We are getting somewhere. It's not like where we were at 10 years ago. I think a lot of awareness is there, and I really appreciate the energy from the young people to create these discussions. Even the whole discussions around curriculum improvements to include waste management. I know the current curriculum has elements. Kids now are discussing issues of how to manage waste at even at lower grades. So there is quite an improvement, but still we have a long way to go.
Thank you very much. Can I get a temperature check of how green we are? How many people segregate their waste at source at home? Raise up your hand, please. How many segregate their waste at home? I see Daktari. What about the rest of us? Very good, very good, very good. So we would want to take an action. For those who are not segregating, do one thing. There are a lot of places you can drop your plastic, your electronic waste, your textile. Do one thing. segregate at source, get it in the right place, and then we'll be creating this movement that you all desire. So any questions from the floor to our very able panelists? If we can have a roving mic, maybe 1 or 2 questions, and then we can bring this to a wrap. I see Basil is on his feet. It's Friday, Members' Day. Yes, we have a hand over there. We have a hand here. One here, Daktari. So keep your questions very succinct and precise, and we'll invite our, you can start here. We'll invite our panelists to also just keep it short and sweet.
Yeah, thank you. My question, or more of a suggestion, I don't know what it is, but Obadiah will help me answer this. Being that you're a regulator, just like us, Kenya Dairy Board, we we were trying to leverage on possibly the means of creating awareness through probably e-training, but of course to the targeted group of people. You know, after doing our survey, we found that we have main challenges within the dairy value chain that are affecting a particular group of people. So we ended up, or we are thinking of even creating an e-training course.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Juukua Arts. I work with the county government of Mombasa and also a member of GYLP, second cohort. So I've got 2 questions, one for Madam Mabel and the other one for Mr. Badia. Madam Mabel, I'm glad that you mentioned some economic opportunities within your organization. Now, for every good thing, I always believe that there's a room for improvement. My question is there any opportunity for youth within your organization as far as innovation is concerned? If there is, maybe you can take a couple of minutes to shed some more lights on that. Now, my second question to Mr. Badia. I've heard you talk about regeneration and restoration of ecosystem. Are there any framework within the organization to ensure that you work in line with other organizations like NEMA, not NEMA, Kenya and Kenya Power? Because on several occasions, I've seen that, like for example, now there's a road expansion, and you can see that Kenya have fallen a lot of trees along the way. Are there any frameworks within the organization to ensure that every tree that is fallen, there's maybe 10 or 100 that are being planted? Not exactly within the road reservation area, but maybe somewhere else. Thank you.
My name is Benedict from AK Strategy and Consulting. We are an enterprise support organization, and my question is to Rubadiri. How is it you are able to have that surgical precision in knowing where your customers are? Because there are some neighborhood you should be there, but you are not there.
Thank you for the questions. I will start with one from the colleague from the Kenya Dairy Board around the e-training, whether you have tried that. I think we have not tried that. What we have in place are various information materials that sort of break down the licensing requirements, the compliance, requirements and all that. But we have also developed curriculum guidelines that will help mainstream waste management in learning institutions. And we are currently piloting that with the Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development with a few learning institutions. So it's a good thing maybe we could explore. As currently we are trying to revamp our IT infrastructure, we could see how maybe also to get into the e-training. The issue around the ecosystem restoration, I think what I meant was the government's ambitious target of 15 billion trees. And yes, indeed, of course, those infrastructure projects will end up reducing those numbers. But the framework that we have that governs these projects, that ensures that these projects don't do harm to the environment, and say for example the trees, is under the environmental impact assessment. So it's on a project per project basis, and of course the project environmental impact assessment report would consider all those expected impacts like cutting of trees, and of course the proponent will have to show how they mitigate. So it will be on a project by project. So it may it may require that proponent plants other trees as may be recommended in the license, conditions. But we don't have like a framework that governs that, now that we are planting 15 billion trees, you shouldn't do roads where trees are.
I think I'll take the first question first. In terms of youth engagement in innovation in the company. So Cocoa is a young company, and I say that in terms of our years of operation, but also the people who are employed in the company. About 80% are 35 and below. And there's many opportunities for skilled youth to join the company and engage, especially in our innovation teams. I think about our network operations center that manages all the data that we collect across the country. There's technology throughout our system. We call ourselves a climate technology company because there's technology implemented throughout the system, from the fuel ATMs. The canister is a smart canister. There's an NFC chip and pin system there, so we're continuously collecting data. We collect about 140 million data points, if you can imagine, per day. And that is managed by a very young team of about 60 Kenyan software engineers that sit in Nairobi. So there's many opportunities for youth to engage, especially in the innovation portion of the company. And the second question, we have to move and expand very systematically. There's a lot of planning that goes into where we go into next. We have a research team that goes out first and sort of engages the market and sees areas where it would be most viable to open Cocoa. Of course, the market is huge here in Kenya, and we've just scratched the surface, even with 900,000 customers growing by 10,000 a week. We haven't fully engaged in what's possible for Kenya. But it's very capital intensive and it takes quite a bit of planning, so we have to move very strategically. But wherever you think that we should be, we're probably coming there soon.
So thanks. I think somebody asked about KCC support. And so I would like to categorize them in two broad areas. One is business advisory and technical assistance support, which really means that we are able to support you to develop documentation, to support you to become investor ready. And then depending on the program that you are coming on board, I think you talked about transport, if I can recall. So transport, we have a mobility component, that is aligned with the environment. And so the best program perhaps that will suit that is what we call the Green Biz program. So there is financial support depending on your needs, up to 5 million Kenya shillings. And so those are the two key things I would like just to pinpoint. We are actually just closed up a call for applications, I think in the last few weeks, but still you can be able to, we have a couple of staff around whom you can be able to have conversations with, who can be able to give you much more information. I would also don't mind to give you that information. I think there's somebody who talked about opportunities, and I think for innovators, if I can recall, or for the young people in the innovation ecosystem, I look at it in 2 or 3 ways for KCSE. One is in terms of jobs, which we normally advertise in our website, number one. Second is about you becoming part and parcel of the clientele who require support, both financing and also business advisory support. That happens when we have the call for applications. Around October, November there. I mean, that's when we do the call for applications for all our programs. The other option perhaps is, someone in KCS who can be able to tell you of an opportunity. you know, whether for financing, because we have so many guys, including government bodies actually, that really knock at the doors of KCAC and tells us, like for example, ICDC, the former, you know, the current KDC, give us a portfolio of companies who meet this kind of threshold or requirements, then you can be able to finance them. So I think there is quite a lot perhaps you can be able, depending on what it is that you need. Thank you.
What a panel, what a discussion, amazing, deeply knowledgeable and experienced. I would want to thank you very much, my distinguished panel, and on my own behalf, thank you all for your attention. I know maybe there is one or two burning questions, but in the interest of time, we would want to bring this to an end. I hope we managed to bring out all the key issues, but we are still around, the panelists are still around. And in the spirit of stretching, I invite you to stand up. And in the spirit also of not creating noise pollution, I would want you to thank the panelists by doing one thing that we used to do when we were young, for the boys and the girls. The boys, don't look at me badly. Just do like this. Do like this. Think. 1, 2, go.
If I may please get your attention. Our next session is quite an entertainment session. We're going to have a play by Juukua Arts. It's about how climate will affect us eventually, how climate change will affect us eventually. So in the next few minutes, they're going to clear the stage and then give us their play. As they are setting up, I want to invite Caroline Gorobi, the team leader of Juukua Arts, to talk to us about the play. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Hi, Jamani, I can't be louder than all of you. Good afternoon. Oh, awesome. That's much better. Thank you very much. We're just about to bring the theater to this space, and all we require from you is your ears and eyes. What we are presenting is a snippet from an annual festival we have called Bahari Huru, where we use art and mainly theater to advocate for safer marine environments. So we are going to present a short play, and yeah, I think we are ready, so karibuni sana.
baharini. Umekuta chief anything, hakimpata manguvu, you want to go back. I'm here. Mimi mpaka nipate manguvu nishike kwa. Nendeni mkapotea. Tatu.
Your job is to make sure that no litter enters the ocean. Yes. But these days the ocean is so dirty. There's all types of litter. Just look at this thing stuck to my waist for the past 5 years.
Wait. Sit down, Joe.
No.
I don't be Shanga.
Shanga?
Oh, be Shanga. That's a Shanga. Shanga, what is Shanga? I'm very fun. Let's find a group.
When we find the mangrove, we are going to make sure we excommunicate. Wait.
You are such a laugh. Who will do a job of guarding the ocean?
We will appoint the sharks as the new guards of the ocean.
Wow, the sharks. Sharks are very vicious. Kuna watakataka hivi kuna shaka taka, kuna vitu shaka taki. How funny! Shaka taki. But it's true. You know, anything happening. I'm sure you see, because you want simple too, just to ensure that the ocean is very good. I'm feeling not good chini samaki wanaishi vizuri. But hafanyi.
Just look at what the heat has done to coral. You can't see how coral looks. Coral is not good.
Why? But you coral kakusawa si nilipolipo kumjui. Coral yapoteza rangi yake. Coral ame-bleach. I'm sorry. Sawa. Sikujua kwamba hoja bleach. Sikujua kwamba the sun imekuchoma then rangi ikapotea.
They kill us, sell us, and you brought us out here. Tato,
naenda wapi tena? You know, sisi turtles tuko na tradition moja. Ukishazaliwa mahali, unakuja hapo generation nzima come change. Lakini mimi nimechange tradition. Nimeenda mpaka Pacific, wamejenga pia huko. Nimeenda mpaka Atlantic, wamejenga. Nimeenda mpaka sea, wamejenga si? Nateseka tu. Sasa imagine muna kasa mpaka kukufa. Kasaraya kukufa. Casablanca akakufa, Kasabunya akakufa, mpaka our favorite kasa la kasa ni kwa pele kufa. Mpaka juzi tu Kasamiro alikufa. Sasa unakufa tu. So kifo mimi nafanya kitu infaidi. I'm fighting for our home. Mi kasa, so kasa. Uso kinza kuletea mkufu hapa, na sio ndio tafuta mkufu.
Hey, there! You see, when we come out from the ocean, the first thing we will see is the mangrove.
Check. Nikikuona na smile twice. Koko siuzi sura tu. Ni meno na mdomo. Kwa macho yangu, wewe si mrembo. Wewe ni mti. Na from the bottom of my heart, kama tree, nimekutii. We are deep rooted. I will never leave you. What's in my gonna grow? When I want to keep the fire burning, kuni zako ndo naziwasha. Mwili wangu kiniwasha, magamba yako yananitibu rasharasha. Watalii wanasafiri kutoka mbali, wakikuona nyuso zao zinajaa na bashasha. Na hii story si jitumbi, kwani mtu wenyewe umepita kwenye maji ya chumvi. Mapenzi yetu ni ya kukata na shoka. Uko wapi ni shoka? Not only will I cut you down, but I will erase you from the book of trees. Oh, sawa, wewe jifiche. Sawa, tutapatana. Or weza tujitokeze storyganisha. Sawa, jifiche.
I will not have it. No more, no more, no more. Come live me now. No more, no more, no more. Come live me now. No more, no more down. Oh, little, think that now. I will fight no more. I will fight no more. Little, think that now. I will stand and fight, stand and fight, stand and fight, stand and fight. Stand and fight for my life. Enough!
Ninyewe.
Umekuja kunikata.
Sisi. We've always had an argument. Since way back, mababu na mababu zao wanajua. I come for you for food, for fuel, for timber, for medicine. Sasa ukitupa shoka langu, not only are you breaching the contract, but now ni madharau.
Yes, we had an agreement. But I allowed you to catch the other mangroves. The red mangroves. My grandfather, my mother, my father. Now your greed has led you to catch my children. I'm the only mangrove left.
Wait. Kuna watoto pia. I have a family that depends on me. So if I do not depend on you, who will they depend on?
Your children are not more important than my children. And I don't get to find out.
Hey, what has I never seen? What's in your group? When you tell me kwa maji, so utakaikachote maji kwa mfereji, nje kumwagie wewe umeme. You are hard of it for heaven's sake. Your job is to grow, and my role is to cut.
Can you see I'm trying to help you?
Help me, you how? The only way you can help me, you like to move in a show.
Listen, the sea level is rising. I am the barrier between you and the ocean. If you catch me down in 100 years, there'll be floods everywhere. Then where will you be to go?
Yes. kesho tajipanga yenyewe, sawa? Simple.
No, listen. You see, if you plant me now,
No.
give me time, yeah? I can have on Tuesdays. When I have on Tuesdays,
There are things I want to do. That's all you can do. But you know what? It's not going to complain.
When they want to build roads, they cut them. When they want to build the beautiful beach apartments with the awesome beachfront, they cut them. When they need to build their boats, they cut them. You want to put the sharks as the guard of the ocean? That's okay. How do you know you won't face the same problem that we are facing? We have a common enemy, the human.
One day, when I was back at home in the ocean, with my 25 children, they all came to me and said, "Mommy, Mommy, Mommy, we want to eat plankton." Plankton subukika. Hiya. Plankton choma. Plankton akupaka. Okay. Say it one more time for Mommy. What do you want to eat? Plankton! And I watched all 25 of them go on to play. So there I was in the kitchen, preparing their favorite meal, using the best sea spices you could find. I even used plankton. And when the meal was ready, I called out to my young ones. Mkizi Junior 1! Mkizi Junior 2! Mkizi Junior 3! Mkizi Junior 4! Mkizi Junior 6! My babies! My babies!
but you can't see the sea still.
You claim to love us, yet you do not take care of us.
You claim to love the ocean and the land, and yet you're the first to destroy them both. We're about to start a war! 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 Human, your actions affect us. Since you won't change, climate change is here. Don't act like you don't know me, nothing now,
today. So I'll just quickly introduce ourselves from the end.
My name is John Mumba, and I play human being.